Ratios. Levels, okay. Are we ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're looking at an artist that has largely been forgotten for various different reasons, which we'll get into. And it's a shame because I think he's an incredible artist and historically important artist, and an artist that I think more people should know about, despite the country that he spent really the majority of his life living in. And that artist today is Kwan-ho. And Kim Kwan-ho was an artist that born and raised in North Korea and lived in North Korea for the majority of his life. And we're not really sure what happened to him at the end, and a large part of his life, at least the research I was able to find, does not exist. So if you're watching this episode and you know something about Kim Kwan-ho, please leave some links in the comment section down below so that the world can find out a little bit more about this artist that I consider to be one of the great masters of art throughout the ages. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. If you don't want to paint this painting, because we'll talk about the importance of this painting, but maybe you're offended by the nudity there, there is another painting that he did that I've got prepared for you. I might even do this painting. I don't want to make any promises, but there's a part of me who's like, maybe right after this ends, we'll do this one. We'll get another one started. I also saw that there is the outlines and everything for that, but we'll get into that. That's all in the Dropbox. We'll find out where that is in a moment. So this is the plan for today's episode. We're going to do the image transfer. We're going to get the artwork onto the canvas, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color, which I'm sure he would have done. We'll talk about why. Then we're going to talk about Kim Kwan-ho's biography, the little of the information I was able to discover about it. Then we're going to do an underpainting on this one. Then we're going to do background, foreground. Ideally, it'll be the last pass over the background and foreground. And we should finish, I'd say, about 3.5 hours from now. So we got a little bit of work to do ahead of us. If you're watching for the first time, please like the video. Or if you're watching the second time around, you've got to like the video if you're watching it twice. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when future videos are taking place. Usually I'm here Tuesdays every week at 4 p.m. Pacific time, Vancouver, or Los Angeles, West Coast, North America. And you can do me a favor, comment on previous videos. That's hugely helpful. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 via PayPal, you can send an e-transfer through my email, which is on the Facebook group and the website, or my website. And if you want to, you can do something through the YouTube Super Chat, but YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate. So not recommended, but I'm grateful for any support that you might be able to provide. So let's launch right into our first step here. Okay, so we want to get the image onto the canvas, and I've done a free outline for you, which you can download from the Dropbox. I'll just show that on the screen again. So this is the outline that I did using my iPad Pro and the Procreate app. I just traced around those lines, and you can print that out by clicking the link in the description below for the Dropbox folder. And in that Dropbox folder, you'll see that there are most basic tools and resources are at the very top for if you're just getting into painting, you never painted before. And then here's a bunch of artworks that I think most even beginner painters can tackle. Some are a little more complex than others, but I think most of these are pretty accessible. And if we scroll all the way down here, so then there's the ones that just begin with numbers are a little more complex, and that's where I put today's artist, Kim Kwan-ho, in here. And you'll see that there's 6 files, 3 for each of the 2 paintings. You've got your today's painting, Sunset, here, and then the other one that I kind of want to do as well. But so there's the original files, and then there's the outlines, a JPEG and a PDF version, whatever is easier for you to print out. Again, don't forget to join the Facebook group, join it, and then upload a picture of whatever you created today once a month. And I think it's maybe next Sunday that I'm going to be doing a feedback episode where I go through everything that's on here and give people free information on how they might be able to improve their work, which is generally what we're all here for anyway, right? So, and also just a quick little plug for my friend Sam Davidson. This is the music that you're hearing quietly in the background. Is skimmilkofficial.bandcamp.com. So, let's jump into the outline. Okay, so first things first, what we're going to do is, well, I'm going to use a 9x12 sized canvas panel. So this is canvas stretched around a panel and then gessoed. And then what I do is I take it out of the plastic. These ones also come from Amazon. I ordered them off Amazon. There's a link in the description for that. You can buy similar ones at the dollar store that are much lower in quality, but do the job. You won't notice a difference in the painting, when you're painting, how it feels. It's just maybe later on, the cheaper canvas might start to deteriorate because of the acid that may or may not be inside, I don't know, but these are intended to be higher quality. Anyway, so I also put another coat of gesso on there and sand it down, and that gives me a nice smooth surface, closely approximating paper, right? So, or a smooth paper, right? Because there's obviously lots of different kinds of paper. Now I'm going to tape this down, and I'll just put it, about halfway in there is fine. Okay, so now I've got my painting onto the canvas. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some carbon transfer paper. This is actually graphite transfer paper. I just put the graphite paper in that envelope, but they do exactly the same thing. So I put this in here. You always want to make sure the shiny side faces down, and you can see I've used it many, many times. So when you buy a package, it might come with 10, 20 sheets, and depending on what your use is, you can use that sheet dozens and dozens and dozens of times rather than just once and then in the trash. So, one reason I really like this painting too is I love how he's, the artist here, Kim Kwan-ho, is using figures who have body proportions that are healthy and I would call normal. I think, at least here in the West, we've become accustomed to these waif-like female bodies that are, for the most part, very unhealthy depictions of the female body. So I love that we have normal folks here that I would consider healthy, as depicted. And at the time that this would have been painted, I mean, that wouldn't have been such a strange, weird thing to say. Which just goes to show how times change and tastes change, and so all this grass in there. I'm not even going to bother tracing any of that. I'll just let that stay. Horizon line. I may even later on get a ruler out just so I don't have too, really crooked background. Okay. After I uploaded this to the Dropbox, I realized I didn't really draw in her hair here. It's just sort of a big black space, or in the drawing it just looks like an empty space when there is in fact some hair in there. So that's just, I was thinking maybe I'll just replace it. Obviously I didn't get to that yet. I don't know if I'll ever remember to do it again now that I'm, so this might be how this image lives on the Dropbox, unless I mysteriously find a few extra hours of my daily life. Okay, so there we go. Love that. Great. I love this composition too. Like these two figures kind of bookending one another, but they're not. They're bookending. Sorry, the landscape in behind, or in front of them, I guess you could say. And yet they're not totally symmetrical, which I think is also a little nice touch. There's a reason why this painting became so well known, as we'll get into. Okay. So, wow, look at all the people in the chat. That's awesome. There's Pascaline saying hi, and Kathy, and Truth Blunter says, thanks ahead of time for what's to come. You have taught me so much. People like you is what we need right now. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that positive comment. That's so sweet. And Just Common Art says, we love you, Michael. Your drawing tutorials helped me a lot. Oh, wow. Cool. And Kathy says, where are you located? I'm not sure if you're talking to me, Kathy, but I'm in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. But maybe you probably know that already, because obviously you've been watching for a long time, but you never know. I'm still working on Bambi from last week. I like this one too, though. Normal people, yes. Like I say, I like what that's about this painting. And so I know that some people, might not. I had such a hard time trying to decide which painting to do today, because while this artwork is, historically very important, and certainly the most well-known painting by Kim Kwan-ho, I also was like, I don't know, are there going to be that many people who are going to want to paint this painting? Would people prefer to do a landscape that might not have such quote-unquote racy content? And then I was like, but this one is a much more obscure painting, so anyway, I made the harder decision to go with this one, because I think it is the superior painting. So my apologies to anyone who finds a little bit of bum to be upsetting. I try to keep things as PG as possible, and I think this is pretty safe, right? If this is a little bit too much, then I think in the grand scheme of things, a little bit of bum is better than a lot of other things that we sometimes see on TV or the internet these days. Okay, so let's move on to our next step. So the next step is we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. And traditionally, this technique is called the Imprimatura. It's an Italian word for the priming layer, or the first layer of paint. And artists have been doing this for 600 or so years. And I'm absolutely convinced that today's artists use this technique, because the reason why this painting is so important is because it's a great example of Western art techniques that he learned while he was a student in Tokyo. So he would have absolutely 100% learned this technique. Anyway, this is the kind of the formula and the paints that we're about to use. We're going to use what's called a split primary palette, and that means we're taking our so-called primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and splitting them in half, because each color has a temperature, and using the warm and cool colors effectively is really one of the easiest and most effective ways to create the illusion of depth in your painting. And it also makes it so much easier to mix the colors you want to mix and get vibrant colors or dull colors whenever you want, right? So, and also we're going to make our own black, and here's the recipe on the bottom down there for mixing your own black. Now, I'm going to use this particular brand of paint, this Amsterdam paint by Royal Talens, a Dutch company. I'm not sponsored, not paid. I didn't get any free materials. I went and bought them at full price from the local art supply store, just like anybody else. And so I can tell you that, and we've done, what, 283 painting episodes, and sometimes we've done 3 or 4 paintings in each episode, so they work, right? This works. And I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep, or Warm Yellow, as a stain on here. We'll talk about that in a moment. I just want to, if you don't have this brand of paint, I just want to show you some alternatives. There's Golden, which is about 3 times the price for less than half the amount. Now, it's a much higher grade paint, but if you're watching right now, you don't need to get higher quality paints to do what we're doing. And really, most people aren't going to notice the difference. There's Liquitex as well, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from the Michael's Art Supply chain, Buzz, Peebo, although I'm not so happy with Peebo lately. I think they have the same problem as another paint company coming up here. There's Holbein, Daler Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color, which I think like Peebo. And I also suspect that, where is it? The Fevicryl might also have the same sort of issue, which is often manufacturers will add titanium white to the paint as a way of like thickening the paint, making it more opaque, which might look good right out of the tube, but the instant you start to mix it, the colors have this pastel quality instantly. And if you try to use the recipe that I suggest you use to make black, rather than just squeezing black out of the tube, you're going to get a gray. So anyway, let's get to this step here. Let's get some paint out. Okay, so there's my warm yellow. Now I'm just going to put some paint on the rest of my palette while I'm right here so that we can just jump right into things. Now what was I going to say? I had something really, really deep and insightful to say, and I'm afraid it's gone. Lost to the ages. My secret recipe for world peace. We'll have to hope it comes back. Okay, and then this is another brand of paint. I keep forgetting to include this in my list. Opus brand. This is a big art supply store here in Vancouver, and you can also order their paints online across Canada. And they're pretty good too. I'd say they maybe rival Golden in quality. Okay, that's there. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, I forgot my water. Sorry, give me 1 second. I just gotta get my water. It's one of those things where, right before I go live, I always I take a look around and I'm like, okay, that's there, that's set up, that's plugged in, that light's on, ready to go, let's go live. And then usually 2 minutes in, it's like, oh, I'm missing that, I forgot to do that, I forgot to do this, oh, I didn't go live, the sound's not working. A lot of moving parts in such a simple setup. But so I've added some water to this acrylic paint, and this is the only time I ever really use water when I'm using acrylic paint, because the water is actually going to help this paint literally stain this surface. So technically, the Imprimatura is not even really a layer of paint, it's more of a staining process. And so because gesso, which is this white material on this surface here, is basically a clear acrylic paint and plaster dust or plaster powder, it will absorb the really well if there's a little bit of water in there. That water is going to, because it's so fluid, is going to help that paint seep into all of the weave of the canvas, so we completely eliminate the white of the canvas, which is in my point of view, highly desirable. It often, I think, makes the painting look much more professional if it has an Imprimatura. And you don't have to use yellow either. Just, I mean, I have for, I would say, 99% of all the paintings we've done over the past 3 years together. But, just the last episode, I used a cool blue as our Imprimatura, so it can be, you can play with that, and I think it's fun to play with these and just sort of see what different effects you're going to get. Now, I should also say, because if anyone's watching who knows a little bit about painting already and has heard of the term Imprimatura, this is definitely a highly unusual color to use, and I'm very positive I'm the only person teaching people to use this color, probably to the horror of my former painting teachers over the years. But really technically you'd want to use like a warm brown, like a rusty red color. So why am I using yellow? Well, it's because I can just squeeze it out of the tube and boom, we can start painting. And so if you're a beginner painter, that just simplifies everything a lot. Now you can use the warm brown, and I've done this before on many different episodes. I've painted the same painting twice with different color Imprimatura, the traditional brown, and then this warm yellow. And at the end of the day, the differences are so minor that most people cannot tell the difference. So, and I just noticed, I just want to get that little bit up there. So, it's one of those things I sort of stumbled upon this just by accident, and it was like, huh, well, if most people aren't going to notice and you're a beginner painter, then, let's keep it simple. I still do believe, though, it's really important to do this step. It's far less common for people to do it today, but I think it just makes a huge difference. It imbues your painting with an extra level of professionalism. It takes care of the white canvas immediately. Now we don't have that there. It also lets, because of that too, you can see very clearly what still needs to be painted. And sometimes you can leave that coming through, as we will do in many places for today's painting, to give this painting that effect of sunset. I mean, after all, it's called sunset, so we're going to have this nice warm glow coming through. Okay, so while this dries, okay, so while our Imprimatura dries, let's talk a little bit about Kim Kwan-ho and why he's, I think, such an important artist, and why this painting has special relevance as well. So that's gone, that's gone. Let's well, I mean, the amount of information about today's artist is very thin. In fact, one of the only places that I was able to find information on this artist... Oops, oh goodness. Oh, here we are. This... Okay, here we are. Sorry, it took me a second. So this website is dedicated to a small number of artists from North Korea, and some of whom lived their whole lives in North Korea, some of whom escaped from North Korea. I think one of them who might still be there. And this is like one of the only resources where I could find, information about today's artist. Here we have a biography about Kim Kwan-ho. Here's one of the only photographs that exists, that at least in the English-speaking world, of today's artist. And here's what's thought to be a self-portrait by him as well. You could see, like, if you look it up, you see these like one sentence long descriptions about him. So I might actually just refer to my Facebook post where I consolidated a lot of this information. But let's just sort of zoom out for a moment and just sort of looking at where today's artist is from. So here we have, China, Russia, Mongolia, Japan, and in between them is South Korea and North Korea. And, it's been really interesting over the past week doing some research on today's artist. I've spent a lot of time doing research on Korea, the Korean War, North Korea, and it's been super illuminating. Like, I didn't realize how little I knew about this country, or these countries, I guess, and the history of them. And learning a little bit about that history has really changed or influenced the way that I think about, politics in this region and how they affect global politics. Because I don't know, the way that I kind of connected through this, the history of Korea reminds me a lot of the history of Ukraine, right? And being someone of Ukrainian descent, I found that really fascinating, because Korea has been, just like Ukraine, kind of a country in between a lot of other much larger and more powerful countries, and has been invaded by all of them at many times at one point or another, back and forth, and has only for relative short periods of time actually had its own independence, where it hasn't been directly under the control of one of their neighbors. There's been very, very few times throughout its history where it's been able to control its own destiny. It's always sort of been at the whim of an occupying country. So, what else do I want to say about that? So the other things too is that, Korean culture, and I mean Korean as both North and South Korean culture, is has also been very highly influenced by these various occupying countries, whether it be China, whether it be Russia, whether it be Japan, and even the United States, which occupied South Korea for many years as well. And so, kind of understanding what is uniquely Korean versus what is direct, what is stuff that's been imported from other countries is very fuzzy. And it's exactly like Ukrainian culture. There's aspects of Ukrainian culture that we see in Polish culture and Russian culture and Turkish culture, Iranian culture, Nordic culture, because the Vikings also invaded Ukraine. And so, determining what is uniquely Ukrainian, or in what ways Ukraine influenced any of those occupiers, or in this instance, in which ways was Korean culture exported to the occupying countries, is also kind of very, very muddy. And so I find that just super fascinating. So for me, learning about Korea was, there's a part of me that was like, there's not too many other countries that, just off the top of my head, where I can look at it and say, like, that's very close to my own people's experience. So I find that super fascinating. Obviously, Korea has thousands, well, around, I think, about 8,000 plus years of history, and I'm not going to get into the whole history of Korea. I think we'll just sort of come to the last maybe 100 or so years, because really, as I said, China had controlled South Korea for centuries, and when Korea was able to expel the Mongolian empire that had at one point invaded and occupied Korea, Japan saw it as an opportunity to come in. And so Japan exerted influence over Korea really from the late 1800s, as sort of under the sphere of influence of the Empire of Japan, and then officially invaded Japan, or Japan officially invaded Korea in the early 1900s, 1905, and then annexes Korea, the entire peninsula, in 1910. So Korea is under the direct control of Japan from 1910 to 1945, until the end of World War II. And it's in that type of environment in which today's artist is born and raised. So he's born in Pyongyang, which is now the capital of North Korea. And when he's there, the Japanese influence exists, but it's not officially a part of Japan until he's about 14, 15 years old. So by the time he's in his late teens, Japan has invaded Korea, and you now have, the government is either run directly from Tokyo, or there's these kind of figureheads that are just doing the bidding of their occupying masters. And so that, and the Japanese occupation of Korea, did provide a number of positive outcomes, including, instituting a massive rail system throughout Korea. They helped with improvements in communications, technology, infrastructure. There was some cultural, like introducing radio and such, and helping the educational system. So those are some positives, but on the opposite side of the ledger, I'm sure most Koreans would have given all of that up, because the atrocities that were committed by the empire, or the emperor, or in the name of the emperor of Japan, were horrifying. And I don't even want to get into it, because it's especially what happened to the women of Korea was beyond. Yeah, it's just unspeakable crimes, atrocities. A genocide was committed against the people of Korea. So then, after the Japanese lose World War II, basically the Soviet Russians invade, or they're invading and pushing the Japanese out of North Korea, and the Americans come in through the south, and so they effectively split North and South Korea into two, or they split Korea into North and South, and so you have the South Korea is occupied by American forces, and North Korea is occupied by Soviet Russian forces, which is very similar to what happened in Germany, East and West Germany, because Americans were very wary about the expansion of communism throughout the world, especially in Asia, and you have this vacuum that happens after the Japanese are booted out of Korea, and so the Americans kind of feel like they need to kind of keep a presence in that area as a buffer. So that happens, and during the next I think the Russians withdraw in 1947 or 48. The Americans in the next year after, whether it was 48 or 49, and that is seen as an opportunity by the communist North Korea to invade South Korea. So beginning in 1950, in I think June or July of 1950, you have the communists invade South Korea, and then there's the Americans come back and help push the communists back up into North Korea, and they continue. So North Korea basically occupied almost the entirety of South Korea, including Seoul, the capital of South Korea. And then it went back the other way. The Americans, instead of just stopping at that, the split that had happened just a few years prior, they pushed all the way up north, basically to the border of China here. And the Chinese were not happy with that, so they got involved and flooded North Korea with 250,000 soldiers, which pushed the Americans and the United Nations, Canada, and many other countries fought under the umbrella of the United Nations in the Korean War in 1950 to 53. And so then you have, eventually, there was a stalemate. There was an armistice, but technically the war is still going on. The war has not been, there's been no peace treaty. It's just like, okay, we're going to put our guns down for now. And every once in a while there's a little bit of it heats up again, and obviously North Korea continues to kind of launch missiles over South Korea, over Japan, and threatens to obliterate the United States and anybody else. So so that's sort of where we are now. And I'll just sort of kind of go back to I'm just going to look at my own post here. So, again, so I just want to kind of give a little bit of that historical perspective on what was going on at the time that Kim Kwan-ho is living. So he's, as a young child, shows some promise for making art, and the Korea was, because it had been invaded back and forth and back and forth, a lot of it was a fairly poor country, and so the opportunities for young artists to learn in Korea were relatively slim. And after 1910, when Japan officially annexes Korea, one of the things that became possible, again for better or worse, was that Korean artists now had an opportunity to study at the best art school in the empire, which was in Tokyo. So Kim is given the opportunity to study at the Tokyo School of Fine Arts. And so he's in the capital in Tokyo for the next few years, and he excels. He becomes one of the best students in the school, which you can imagine being, I mean, there must have been just, like, talk about the internal conflict within someone of, you know, only years before seeing your country invaded, and then they offer you an opportunity to study at their best school far from where you live, and you're probably a bit of an outcast in those classrooms, and there's probably some resentment amongst the non-Korean students, of which there was not that many in those classrooms. So, you know, and I'm sure there was probably some just all sorts of, like, in the internal conflict. You know, you can imagine some other Koreans saying that he's a traitor for going abroad and studying in Japan, versus some people saying, wow, what an incredible opportunity, you'd never have had this just a few years ago. So anyway, suffice to say that he does really well while he's in school in Tokyo, and upon graduation, what was sort of unique about Japan is every year they would have these gigantic exhibitions that were not too dissimilar from the salons as we knew them in Europe at the time. And these exhibitions where you would have all the great artists at the time exhibiting in these, you know, giant halls, and they would have like a room for traditional art and Western style art and you know, pottery, ceramics, calligraphy, and any other, you know, textiles, the clothing, fashion, all those kinds of things, all on display. And they would have not only the great artists of the time, but they would include art by students or graduates. So the graduate exhibition would be included as part of this large show here, the Bunten, as it was said, the Japanese National Fine Arts Exhibition, which was the largest of its kind. There's still today a version of that, the Taiten, which is now administered by the Japan Art Academy, and it's still the largest kind of exhibition of its kind. And so upon graduation, or well, even just while he's a student in school, he's learning mostly Western painting techniques. He's obviously learning some mostly traditional Japanese techniques, probably not a lot of discussion of Korean art, considering they're the country under occupation, and they're probably not being elevated or promoted their culture. So he's probably learning traditional Japanese culture and approaches to painting, and then Western style painting. So he would have learned to paint this Imprimatura like we've done today. And when that exhibition is held, the Kim Kwan-ho wins the Special Selection Award for Best Student Work or Best Graduate Work, and that artwork catapults him almost overnight into fame, not only in Korea, his home country, but also throughout Japan, because he has proven himself to be the best student in that school at the time, better than all the Japanese students at the time. So that was, you know, he's now like on on everybody's radar throughout that part of the world, right? So, and you can imagine at that time he's in his mid to early 20s, and now he's like well known to, outshining maybe some of his mentors, etc. And then so for the next decade or so, he's continuing to exhibit within these large, essentially salons. He's also having his own solo exhibitions throughout Korea. But the records start to get pretty foggy. And according to South Korean information, they believe that after 1927 he stopped painting, and that he may have continued to do book illustration at the time, but he sort of goes off the radar, and no one's really sure exactly why, what happened there. Did he make some anti-Japanese, anti-government, did he say something that got him in trouble and therefore had him exiled somewhere? We don't really know. But he disappears basically for 20 years, but he reappears in 1946 as the head of the Pyongyang Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Korean Artists Union. Imagine having that on a business card. The Pyongyang Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Korean Artists Union. So basically it's right after World War II ends, the Japanese leave, he reappears, and he's made a head of the Artists Union in the new North Korean government. So he is obviously hanging around somewhere, and again, that's why I suspect there might have been something to do with Japan, because for him to all of a sudden be elevated to like this place of prominence within the new North Korean government, you have to think that that is a bit of a reward for something. They must have seen in him some sort of actions, beliefs, writings, artwork that led them to believe that he was, for the North Korean cause. Maybe whether he believed that with his heart or that's what he did to survive, I have no idea. But he's given this really prominent, important position, right? Because I don't really know necessarily what this Committee of Korean Artists Union would be, but I imagine it's quite a powerful position where he might have a lot of influence as to like the kind of art that is being taught in the schools and the kind of art that's being created and hung for, various different festivals and parades and all that kind of stuff. So he would have exerted quite a lot of influence. And it's also believed that at the same time he also was teaching at the Pyongyang Art School, which, and the reason why they think that's possible is, I guess, that school, which is, I think, still exists today, has a number of Kim Kwan-ho's art as part of their collection on display there. So for them to have that much work, it sort of suggests that he was there making paintings, maybe using this as demo pieces, and they became part of the collection of the school. It's also possible that because he was head of the artists union, that the school, quote unquote, bought some of his work and had it on display there, because he was in charge, right? He's the boss. And really the last little bit of information I was able to dig up on him is that in 1957, Kim Kwan-ho travels to Poland, Warsaw, Poland, which again at that time would have been under Soviet Russian rule, and participates in an art exhibition there. So as a kind of official member of North Korea, which is allied with the USSR, he's given an exhibition and is given permission to travel there. So, and then beyond that, 2 years later, he passes away at age 69. I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but, he was 69 years old and living in a relatively poor country that, wouldn't be surprised if he just passed away of natural causes. And then just lastly, today's painting is currently on view at the Gallery Hyundai in Central Seoul in South Korea. So I did want to show some of the other things that I dug up. So obviously there is today's painting. Here's the other one, which I'd love to do. Here is the article. I believe, I'm not sure if this is from the Tokyo newspaper. I believe probably during the Japanese occupation that all writing, they tried to convert all the Koreans into speaking Japanese. So whether this was a newspaper printed in Korea or Japan, it likely is in Japanese either way. But this is essentially what this article here is announcing, is that Kim Kwan-ho won this award in 1916 for the painting we're about to make today. But because it showed nudity, they did not print a photograph of it, so they printed another image, a landscape, also by Kim Kwan-ho, that would have probably also been on display during the exhibition. So it is interesting that there's this big news about this guy who's made this incredible painting. The painting's so good that he wins the award for best artwork in his graduating class at the best university in the entire Japanese empire. But we can't print a picture of it because there's a couple of bare bums by these two women here. So I just think that that's funny, and really, that's really that basically just that little quick story that I just mentioned is really one of the only little bits of information that you see repeated over and over and over about this artist, at least in English, as I said. Here's a self-portrait by today's artist. I think you can see all these horizontal cracks in there, and I would suspect that's because this painting was rolled up at some point. Whether it was rolled up because he fell in or out of favor of whatever government and it was stored away or it was smuggled out. I don't know where the location of this painting currently is, but often that's what happens to oil paintings. If you take an oil painting off the stretcher and you roll it up, it might roll okay, but after you unroll it, it will likely crack and fall apart because oil paint dries to a very brittle surface. So, and then here's a self-portrait also by Kim Kwan-ho, which I also really like, and I was contemplating doing this painting too, but again, I think today's painting has this significance. And you can see that, it's not a small painting either. It's and it's also square. So just also, I've enlarged the tops and bottoms of today's painting. So we're about to move on here. I'm just reading the chat here. Emerson says, "Hi, Michael. I was watching your old videos called the Markowsky Vlogs. They're great." That's awesome. Thanks. Yeah, there's some fun stuff in there. So you see me without a mustache from, gosh, I don't know, almost a decade. Oh no, about 7 years ago I did that, right? Yes, Kathy's talking about being able to, how cool it is that we're all over Canada and we're able to contact and share this time with people from all over the world. That's what I love. That's one of the things I love about art, is that we can, no matter where we are, who we are, what we look like, what our background is, who we choose to love, we can all appreciate and fall in love with great artworks. And what I'd like to do today is try to reproduce and learn from one another really, really great artist. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's get right to it so that I don't just blab on all night long, which I want to do sometimes. Okay, so here we've got the painting with our stain on it and the Imprimatura. And now what I want to do is to put a little bit of underpainting, because I'm afraid I might lose some of these details from the drawing itself. So the first step that we, in fact, maybe just before we do this, let's just see if we can use our detective skills to see if we can figure out what color he may have used to do this. Now, this image is not the highest quality, so we have to kind of infer a few things. To me, it looks like he's got a really dark, purpley black color. Now, I'm just looking at the outlines around here, and so he's obviously, he could have painted on top of them later, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mix a I'm going to mix a purpley color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my cool blue. Where should I do this? Cool blue and my cool red. That's going to give me a pretty dark color. The reason why I didn't use my warm blue and cool red is I would have got a much brighter, more saturated color. And I kind of want to keep this a little bit more muted, because those colors, they're a little bit further away from one another, and the further colors are from one another, especially if they're right opposite from one another, they basically are going to cancel each other out, and we're going to get a black. So rather than having a really nice bright purple, I want a purple that's it's, especially when it gets on top of this yellow, it's going to look much darker. It's because if we add yellow to purple, we're going to get a black. All right, so here, this is just going to allow us to have just the least bit of hint of purple. You know, I sort of look at there. I love that there's those of you who are watching, but I can see that this is definitely one of the least attended episodes I've done recently. That's okay. I mean, it could be the painting itself. It could be where this artist is from. It's certainly not very well known, but I think people are missing out. Could also be the really nice weather. It's currently in Vancouver, a bit of a heat wave, and so maybe everyone's outside on a patio somewhere. So my primary purpose for doing this is so that if I kind of get a little heavy-handed with painting the next few layers of paint, that I don't obliterate these lines, or all my pencil lines. Because sometimes if we paint a little bit too heavy, these lines disappear, and that can be super frustrating. Because then you're trying to, like, okay, where's the ankle supposed to be? Ah, I've lost the ankle. Okay, And then it sort of defeats the purpose of having done the image transfer in the first place. So these lines don't have to be particularly, you know, well done. They just have to kind of be able to help us later on when we get more paint onto the surface, like especially the outer lines on the body. And then you can also decide, like, when you're painting over top and around this, how much you want to cover them, because sometimes you might even want to just leave paint around these lines and keep them visible. So because that's, you know, Kwan-ho has also got a little bit of like outlining on these these figures, which, you know, is actually, you know, when we look at that, is, you know, that would have been something more common in Western art of this time. But considering, you know, he's supposed to be learning Western approaches to art, that kind of thing would not have been probably really taught by you know, most Western teachers or people influenced by Western art. So that kind of tells me that either two things. One of two things, or maybe both. One, that his teacher might have really liked doing outlines and really promoted this, despite the fact that in Western art, outlines, well, I think of from my own experience when I was in art school, I love doing outlines, probably because I was partly raised on comic books, and comic books always have very strong outlines, right? That contain the color. And I remember my teachers in college they just could not stand it. They're just like, Michael, there's no outlines in nature. Stop outlining everything. Your colors should be more subtle. They should just allow your colors to be a little bit more ambiguous. And I'd, oh, okay, and then I'd paint it that way, and I'd get an A+, and then when I was working on my own stuff, I would go back to doing this. I was just like, it's just something I really like about doing an outline. So the fact that he's won this award for painting in this Western, quote, style, that, as far as I'm concerned, is not really that Western, is a little bit of a mystery. So as I said, it could be a teacher that liked to do this, that promoted this style. Obviously, it's probably something that Kim Kwan-ho liked himself. I also suspect possibly that this could be the influence of Korean or Japanese culture, because outlining things is, and it really has always been, very popular throughout Asia, whether it's Chinese art, Japanese art, Korean art. And a part of that has to do with the printmaking process, which was really, nobody used printmaking better than Asian artists. You know, until, well, maybe recently, I suppose, but throughout history, you know, the print was something that was much more well appreciated by artists and the public in Asia than it was in North America. And that's also because the printing press, you know, existed in Asia centuries before it did in the West. So, I mean, I was just doing part of this research. There was movable type and printing presses in Korea centuries before, you know, Gutenberg in Europe, right? So you just have this long tradition of printmaking, and in printmaking, at least kind of more like older forms of printmaking, you kind of rely on outlines to do a lot of work in a way that you don't have to do if you're painting. Now, obviously, there's, you know, lots of different approaches to printmaking that have evolved over the last 5 or 6 centuries, but because really early printmaking was done like you're doing a woodcut, you're cutting into a block, and then you're using multiple blocks for different colors. And one of the ways that you can hide any misregistration is with an outline. So that outline can, if you're printing, so let's say this was a print, you would make one block would be for their bodies, another block for, let's say, this water. Now, if they didn't line up absolutely perfectly, and a master would usually get them to line up perfectly, but let's just say they weren't perfect and there was a little bit of a gap, putting the final outline over top of it would hide that. And so we talk about that when we're doing paintings all the time. That's one of the reasons why I like working back to front, is that it can hide little gaps in paint. We can kind of paint over or between those. Anyway, long story short, don't even know where I was going with all that. That looks great like that. I'm happy. Okay, so let me just wipe my brush off. I'm also going to blow dry that just so that the next step there I don't lose, or I don't smear that paint around and it gets into all my colors. So we're just texting with the nanny here. Okay. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, I think we're on track. We're doing well. What we want to do is paint our background. And so that means our sky, the water, and, well, I was going to say, should I do the grass down here as part of the background? Sometimes I just accidentally do, even though technically this is about as much as foreground as you can get. It's literally in front of the figures. So, but sometimes I just break that into the background just for the sake of these intertitles. Okay, so that background. The great thing with this is that we've already got some of these colors. What am I doing here? Sorry. So we've already got some of this yellow that we see throughout this entire painting already on the painting. So we can preserve some of these colors without even having to paint over top of them. So really where I my mind goes is, okay, well, maybe what we need to do is figure out what this color is over here, and then we can paint some of or all of it here, or we can blend it together. So let's mix a brown, a warm brown, and then we'll take it from there. So a cooler brown. My apologies. So a cool brown. What we want to do is let's take our cool red and our cool yellow and a little bit of cool blue. And I'm just going to mix up a bigger batch here. Take some more yellow. It's kind of orangey. The more blue we put in there, the darker of a brown we're going to get. So that's pretty good. Actually, maybe I'm going to put a bit more of this blue in there, because I'm going to dilute it a little bit, make it a bit more transparent. Okay, I'm trying to think how I want to go about doing this. Like, there's two ways. One, we could glaze this. I could take my dark colored glaze here and then kind of slowly blend it out as we go across. I could do another approach where I take some brown, the brown I just mixed, put it on this side, and then put more cool yellow on this side, kind of thick layers, and then just sort of blend them out in between. What did we do last? Okay, so the previous painting, what we did is we took thick amounts of paint to do the Tyrus Wong. So this is the painting we did last week, right? So in order to get that blending effect, what we did is we took some cool blue at the top and then some white, although I made it a little bit, I put a bit of blue in there, and we kind of had gobs of that on, not gobs, but a substantial amount on top and bottom, and then we just sort of went up and down and kind of blended them together. So since we did that in the previous episode, maybe let's do, maybe let's not do it for today's episode. Let's do something a little different. And probably, actually, now that this would be more along the lines of what he would have done too, is probably done this as a bit more of a glaze. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid. I'm going to put a kind of substantial amount in here, which is going to really thin the paint down. So this is going to get us a much more transparent brownish color. Now the good thing about this is that it will slow the drying time down, but we also have to be kind of quick about it. Okay, I can already feel it kind of seizing up on the brush a little bit. So, and then the paint starts to kind of get on this, my blending brush. I just used another brush that was just nice and dry for that effect. Let's do this down here as well. So I'm actually painting relatively thin coat of glaze on here. I don't want to have big gobs of it because that makes it pretty hard to paint with. Or it makes it really hard to blend because then the paint just... See, that's already kind of dried up even before I was really able to blend it. Oh, this might be, it might just instantly regret doing this. Should have just let that dry, but I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, I can see. Okay, that's what I always do. This, it drives me crazy when I get impatient like that, because what it does is it removes... I don't know if you'll be able to see this at all, but by me going back over that layer, I actually pulled some of the yellow off the Imprimatura, and I can see little bits of white streaks here. So... just something that... Why is it so hard to learn a lesson and to stop? Okay, so that's good. So what I'm going to do now, what I should have done earlier, which is to blow dry this, and then we can go back over and modify this as much as we want. Okay. Now, I guess we can get a bit darker, right? Let's take a little bit more of this. Now we just want to be careful because we can go, if we go too much, it's going to get really dark really quickly. I might leave this up here. It's already gone a little bit too much. Also notice how I'm going over top of the body. Right? And now that I'm doing this, I'm like, well, maybe I didn't need to do such dark outlines after all, because I'm not really blending it that dark. think I'm going to take this and actually bring a really light bit of glaze down here into the grass. Okay, so now I want to do something in here. I'm just going to wipe the excess paint off of this brush. I'll put some more glazing fluid there. So you can see I didn't clean the brush, I left it deliberately just a little bit brown. And I'm going to take some yellow. It probably doesn't show up on camera at all, but what that has done is just given that a bit more of an intense yellow. I'm just going to add that little bit more of that yellow down here into the grass. I'm almost tempted to do more of that yellow back over top of that brown. Let's just see. Because that does look a little bit more orangey and less brownish. Well, it looks a little bit different on camera. On camera, it looks a little bit more orangey. Now, then I look back at my angle, I'm like, I don't know, that's kind of close. I do think, yeah, I'm going to blow dry this, and I'm going to add a bit more yellow back into, well, Because another thing I'm thinking about doing is maybe adding a super subtle blue into this water. Almost invisible. So hard to know what to do. He's got me stumped a little bit about how he's doing. Yeah, I'm gonna put that gold over the sky again. So I'm just gonna mute. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna think about that. I think I'm gonna try to glaze on the water first. Glaze on the water. I just still a little tacky. I'm just gonna blow dry that. Okay, so I'm going to take my glazing fluid. I'm going to get that on my brush. And I'm going to take just a tiny bit of blue. I mean, that is like literally a couple of grains of salt worth of blue. I don't know if this is going to be even visible, but let's just, let's see. I mean, you can see that it looks a little bit blue here. Yeah, not really dark enough, but good to know. It's always easier to do thin glazes and blow dry it, and then do it again. And I want to make, the reason also, I just, because the glaze is going to start drying quickly, if I just put this on, I just put a little patch, then I might get a little area where it's a little bit more blue than I would have hoped. So, yeah, let's blow dry that. Okay, so let's do that again. I'm going to take my glazing fluid. Maybe that much blue. And it's important to remember that there's still that blue that's here. It might not be super visible yet, but, you know, I don't want to just kind of like, oh, well, I gotta double it. And then all of a sudden, because it's the stuff that's there is going to appear, so. It does make a difference. I'm seeing a difference on camera, but it is super subtle, and that's kind of a good thing, at least for now. I might do more in a little bit once I get a bit more of their bodies painted in here. I'm sure you can't see anything. It is like I've added 3% blue into the water. And it's because, like, if we look at the original, you know, there's just an infinitesimal amount in here. It's really hard to see, but there is a tiny bit of it. So I want to try to capture that. In fact, maybe just before I move on, I'm just going to add a little bit more blue. I'll put that in the sky up here. Okay, I'm going to go the opposite way here. I'm going to add a little bit of cool blue into this mixture, get a bit of a pink going. I'm just mixing this into the blue. It makes it using up the blue that I had, but also just giving it a bit of a slightly purpley quality. That didn't work out too well because that glaze was still pretty wet. That's okay. But I mean, this is exactly what he would have learned to do when he was in school. And I think what he's trying to demonstrate in this painting is this kind of thin glazing approach, which was like about as Western as you could get and about as opposite to the way that artists traditionally painted in China, Japan, and Korea. Okay, I feel like I just have to kind of motor ahead a little bit. I'm just going to go a little bit heavier handed with my glaze. I'm just going to make this pink a little bit more. Ooh, okay, that's when I start getting a little bit impatient. Let's. All of this ground is going to go purple, so I might as well just put a little bit of pink in there too, because that's going to make it look kind of nice. Here's that reflection. I might end up putting a little bit of white into that the next time around. So maybe while all of that's working away and drying, I'm going to go to my purple that I used for my original layer, or my underpainting. Put a little bit of glazing fluid in that. And, oh, I did paint that, right? So I gotta wait for that to dry. So, you know, now that I'm painting, well, that looks looks much darker in person than it does on camera. Now that I'm painting this, I think maybe I shouldn't have done the underpainting on the landscape after all. So I just did those little wisps down here just to kind of complicate the ground. So because eventually there's gonna be that little pattern down here, and I just want to make sure it doesn't look too pattern-like. It looks kind of a little bit more natural. Okay, so I'm gonna blow dry that and just keep on going. So I'm going to add a little bit of, come on, a little bit of white in here. That might have been a bit much. Well, yeah, it's a bit much, but that's okay. So the reason I'm adding this white into this purple is it's really going to help me get a little bit more of a purpley quality in this dark area. I probably should have done that prior to the last layer, because I basically have to do that last layer over again. But I'm going to do that same sort of thing with the white and like pink. That's a bit too much, but that's so, it's not bad. Once I blend it out a bit. That made a huge difference. That's great. Wow. I didn't expect that to have that effect. That's cool. Ooh, I like that a lot more. That made a huge difference. Okay. That put me back on track. So that's good. I mean, I guess what we can take away from that kind of thing is it's not like I was feeling like lost or that I was getting hopeless, but it was sort of like, it's not really going the direction I wanted. It's sort of becoming its own thing. Well, let's try putting a little bit of white in there. It's maybe not, I probably should have done that a little earlier, but, and then it's like, oh, okay, just, there you go, there you go. That's why I think you just always keep moving forward. Don't kind of get too down on yourself about things, because you never know, you know, the right, you know, there's something better around the corner all the time. I do want to, so I want to do the figures, but you know, if I did it well enough, I could get almost the entire background done. That because one thing is by painting the figures after I've done the background, I can then just go over and cover up all of this kind of messiness. So I can be really kind of sloppy, quick brush. I don't have to worry about kind of like, oh, getting close to those edges, because not only does it give me more freedom and it's more fun, but there's also a kind of a look of the paintbrush kind of going really, and then all of a sudden getting very hesitant right up to an edge like that. And then we might end up kind of going the opposite way. And then you just see very clearly that, you know, that kind of the fear of the edge happening there. And, whereas if we can kind of paint in this way, then we can kind of paint very freely that background, which is exactly the way that Kim Kwan-ho painted himself. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm just going to blow dry this here, and then I'm going to do another layer of purple. So, this one I'm going to go back to my original purple, trying not to get too much white in there. That's pretty dark, although we do have to get dark at some point, but that might be just... I kind of want to build that darkness up with some other colors, so I'm afraid that's still a little bit dark. Maybe I could go darker after. And my blending brush, I'm just gonna softening those edges. Okay. I'm just going to take a little bit of cool yellow now. And I'm just going to mix that in this paint. And it basically turns my purple into a black. I'm also tempted to put a little bit of that up in the sky, but I think I need to dilute that significantly. So I'm not sure how well that doesn't really come across on camera all that well. But I've just darkened that area, given it just a little bit less punch by about maybe 5%. So it's got a little bit of a slightly black quality. I just noticed that. Oh no, is that a, oh no, that is. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take my black again. forgot to do the water with my black. Okay, I'm just going to take a bit more of my purple here and a little bit more yellow. Right, it's kind of cool when you just see that purple just get canceled right out, right? Turns just right into black. Just thinking about putting... I didn't even really put any new glazing fluid in here. I want to do some more over here. I just need to dilute that a little bit. Getting very close to finishing that area here. Let's just darken this water again. Ooh, might be a little much. Okay, that's good. I think that's the sky is done, unless I wanted to lighten it up. But it's now, I'm getting a little bit, I have to be careful because that might look pretty close to what the original is, but I also have these big yellow figures which might make that look lighter or darker than it actually is. So Okay. I might just do one little bit more darker color on top. Okay, I think that's good. Feeling pretty good about this. There might be once I get these figures painted in a little bit more, I might say, I gotta make that a little more pink, or the sky's a little bit too brown. But those are kind of little easy things that I can do later. Just gonna clean up as I go here. So this was my blending brush that I was just using, and you can see it's stained a little bit. That means just that paint is kind of dried up on the surface because I've been blending with it for like an hour, and there's little bits of paint that are starting to, they're very thin and they're going to dry on the blending brush. Okay. Are we ready for a new chapter? So I'm pretty confident in our background. Now I want to take a look at the foreground. And again, for our purpose, the foreground is going to be the two figures and then the near shore here, right? So because I'm 95% sure that the background is going to be okay, then I might not need to come back to it, except to maybe define the area in between the landmass, because these are reflections in the water. Anyway, okay. So let's just look at how he painted these figures. So what I'm looking for right now is what we call the local color, right? So the local color of this tape is green, right? And it's kind of a little bit of a slightly pastel, grassy green, right? It's got a little bit of some cool yellows in there, but so that's that color. But of course we have some reflections here. It's darker here, and particularly if I get it close to, let's say, I'm probably not going to show. Let me see. It's very hard to see. I'm trying to get some red light to reflect off this paint tube. Oh, you might be able to see it right there. That shadow is actually a little bit red, especially the closer I get to it. Right, so if I was painting this roll of tape, I'd want to find that local color, and then I can glaze or paint kind of a little bit of red, or probably more likely a brown, over top of it. So what I was just doing there is trying to see what is the local color, kind of if you're going to use one color over here that paint this whole body. First of all, both of these bodies are slightly different pigmentation. One on the right's got a little bit lighter skin tone, versus the one on the left is a little bit darker. I think I'm just going to mix a skin tone and with a little bit of white paint, you know, very close, if not right up to these black lines. And then I don't have to worry, because, you know, again, I did some overlapping on here. So to mix a skin tone, any skin tone, is we're going to take our warm red. That's maybe a bit too much. I don't know why I picked that much. So let's take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. Let's take more warm yellow. We're going to need lots of it, so let's just make a bigger batch. Put a little bit of blue in there. The more blue, the darker that color is going to go. And also, obviously, a little bit green. Okay. Add some white into this now. Oops. Too much red, but that's... Getting there. It's pretty fascinating to me how different paints behave. Like, so for instance, so I'm using all Amsterdam paint, and then I'm using this Opus brand heavy body titanium white, and it's a much higher quality paint than the titanium white that comes with the Amsterdam set. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But it just definitely behaves a little bit differently. So like it's thicker for one. It's way more opaque for another, so it means it covers things up more. But it also tints a little bit slower, which is actually desirable. It means I need more of it to get a lighter color. Like if I was using just the Amsterdam white, the amount I put in here, this would be like very close to white, right? So you know, definitely one of the things you pay for when you get better quality materials is that you can achieve more subtlety. Okay. Now that looks a little bit more orangey on camera than it does in person. But well... in person, this looks kind of a little... It looks very fleshy, very, what would I say? Almost a little bit rosy. Just debating whether to... I think that's good enough. And we never really know what we're going to get until we start painting with it, so... I can sit here mixing all day long. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in here. might go to my own outline here. So I'm using my outline here because I find it makes my job just a little bit easier, because I've already, when I did this outline, sort of look very carefully at the edges of where her body was, so... Okay. Okay, almost, oops, put a bit too much paint on there. Okay, I just want to make sure I don't have any ears or anything missing here. I think that's okay. Okay, so let's, well, maybe before I blow dry it, let me just see. We got this blanket. Let's take care of that blanket. And we can kind of make it using this paint. I'm just going to take existing paint, just add more blue to it. Oh, sorry, you can't see that, darn it. Let's add just a little bit more. So just adding more blue to it and more white. Come on. Which gives it almost a gray quality. Or a bit more of like a khaki color, right? Because remember, we add more blue to a brown, it makes it darker. And then we add some white to it, and so it's like it's approaching black. Then we add white to it, makes it kind of go a little bit gray. So it loses the, like this almost looks a little more corpse-like than the previous color, right? Because it just looks a little bit more dead, right? Versus this has more red in it. Okay, so I'm just going to take this little area between her legs. I thought was kind of grass, but to me, I kind of want to turn that more into the towel that's in her hands here. So again, like the local color of this blanket is, it's not, you know, it's not there's some highlight that makes it look white, but for the most part it's got a bit of a creamy kind of quality to it. So that's why I opted, rather than to paint the blanket white and then maybe glaze over it, I went for kind of the color that that appears to be rather than painting the white, which is sort of like the highlight. Okay. Feeling good. Making progress. Just clean off a bunch of these brushes here. So the final new thing I want to do is the hair. And that's going to be, I'm going to mix an actual black, not a, because the black I was using before was a bit colder. You know, it wasn't as dark as when I use a warm red. It was a cool blue, cool yellow, and cool blue, so it was more like a really dark purple, or dark, well, kind of purpley black, but also kind of brownish cool. Also, I want it to be juxtaposed to this little bit more cool purple back here. So I want to do that, get that in place before I really do anything else, because those two beams of yellow really affect how I see the rest of the painting, especially the skin tones, which are always very, very subtle. Okay, so let's mix our black. Where should we do this? Let's do it up here. So let's take our cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. Mix that in thoroughly. I feel like I should do like an exam. Might be fun. Like an exam for people watching. Like see how many, like come up with a bunch of situations, or I could just edit video. But like, so if you're looking at that and you're like, how come that's not black? What have I done wrong? It looks a little bit green, like I mean, it's a really nice kind of racing green. You know, it's almost, it's a little bit too dark, but you get that like, what's the name of that? Those jackets that those golfers wear. Is it the Masters, right? A little bit of that same color. So because it's green, the opposite of green on our color wheel is red. And especially if we use the opposite of warm color with these cool colors, it's going to cancel that color out. I think I probably just put a bit too much red in here. So it's going to swing back the other way. Maybe, yeah, it's gone a little bit purple. Let's just try to make sure we get all of that paint incorporated. Actually, now that I mix it in, do I need more of it? It's always very hard to tell. So if you're really struggling, what you can do is add a little bit of white. I think I need just a bit more red in here. reason I'm kind of holding it like that is I'm trying to get the paint, because it's shiny and it's hard to see what the color actually is. You know, it's like that local color. We're like, what is this color when it's not in shadow or in highlight? You know what? I was thinking, maybe I should build this color up, just like I did with the mountains and stuff. And it's like, you know what? This is going to be just pretty dark anyways. And you know, as I paint over it, maybe it looks a little bit green. Now, why does it look a little bit green? Is it because the paint is green? Or is it because I've got this yellow, and that yellow, it's like I've added, it's like a little bit of scoop of extra yellow that goes into that paint. So it kind of pulls that black back from the center back towards the yellow. So sometimes, you know, if you're using this kind of the technique like the Imprimatura as I do, sometimes it can make, you know, it's literally like the color that's there infuses whatever colors are coming on top of it. So I'm just going to blow dry this. And there's Egor says, hi, thanks for the beginner's drawing course. I'm currently watching it, and it's awesome. Thank you so much. Is it Egor? Igor? That makes me happy to hear people are still doing that. In the new year, which seems like a long ways away, but it comes up pretty quick, I think I'm going to be doing a master study series on drawing. So we'll be doing similar things like this, but instead of painting, we'll be drawing famous drawings and going step by step and seeing how they're done. And maybe I'll do a template as well to help people get started, but I'll also probably show people how to just do it from scratch. It's Igor. Right? Is that Igor? Okay, that feels good. I mean, if we look at these side by side, it helps, you know, once we get all of that yellow, the Imprimatura covered up, it allows us to see the color relationships a little bit more clearly. So now that we, you know, especially when it comes to painting these bodies, we can, we don't have to worry so much about, are we doing it right or not? The other thing, you know, so now that I've painted these in here, it should also be, I should also say that very little of the color that I've just painted will probably survive all the way to the end. Like maybe this color I've painted, maybe a little bit in these shoulders, on her bum, a bit on her calves, same sort of thing. And not even necessarily the highlights, because there's going to be highlights as well, but a lot of this is going to get a little bit darker. Right, so there is different philosophies on painting figures. One of which is just is like, let's say the color I painted here, just to use it only where it appears as on the top level. How does it make? So rather than painting all this, I would literally only paint that color where I see it. And then I would mix a darker color, and I'd paint that, and then mix a lighter color, and maybe a more reddish color, a little, you know, so on and so forth. That way I think works much better if you're doing something that's very brushy, like more impressionist, or if you're painting with oils. Because with oils, we can have those different kind of areas of different colors, and then just, you know, because the paint can be wet for like a week, then we can just sort of blend the area between and soften those here. But when I'm painting with acrylic, I find this method works easier. Now, you be the judge. Feel free to let me know, as people will, in the comments. I do just wonder if I want to tackle the grass as well, because, you know, if I squint my eyes like I'm pretending to sleep and I look at both artworks, one thing that becomes apparent is how dark this is in contrast to what I've got. So if I wait till the very, very end to do this, you know, it's I kind of almost have to paint this by pretending that that's not there. I have to kind of use my, you know, part of my brain, which I don't have, to kind of look at this and imagine that this is going to be much darker. So I think what I want to do is start working some grass in down here. I'm just trying to think which way I want to go about it. Let's mix the color, and then we'll think about what brush we want to use. Just run out of space. So I'm mixing a fairly dark green, warm green. I'm just going to get a little bit of more warm blue here and make a slightly darker version even. So that as I paint, I can kind of dip in and out of both of those and just use them as I see fit. Yeah, let's zoom in. Okay, I'm going to start with my darker green here. This reminds me a little bit of the way that we painted that Fra Angelico painting. Is it the Annunciation? No. The Touch Me Not. And what is that in Latin? Such a great sounds so poetic. About when Jesus emerges from the cave. Now, I'm not, these aren't super sloppy, but they're not the prettiest ones I've ever done. For several reasons. One is I'm going to paint other greens over top of this, so I might have to go over a bit of this later on. So I'm not going to spend too long trying to quote-unquote get it perfect. Now I wonder, these tufts of what I think is grass, what plant this actually is. Is this just a stylistic element here, or is this based on the kind of grass that one might see in parts of South Korea or North Korea? Or Japan. I mean, I guess he made this painting when he was a student in Japan, so it begs the question, are these Japanese women, or are these Korean women? What are the circumstances around this painting? When was it made? Where was it made? Who are the women in here? Are these women that he knew? Are these women from his imagination? Or are they artist models that he hired? Were there other students next to him painting this as he worked on it? I mean, there's... and I don't want to go too far down the road, but there were a lot of Korean women brought to Japan in this time period to keep the Japanese soldiers busy. Which was one of the more terrible moments of the Japanese occupation of Korea, is how the women were treated. So maybe these are Korean women in Japan. Okay, so some of these are getting kind of sloppy, so I'm just gonna clean that off and Okay, let's zoom back out. Okay, let's blow dry. Okay, let's move on. I want to do a bit of quick glaze with a couple different greens. So I'm going to put this green kind of a bit of an electric green, right? This is cool yellow and cool blue. So I'm just putting this kind of a little bit under the in here. I could have done that before. I wanted to do that. I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to do the similar sort of thing, but with a bit of a different green, a bit more of a grassy green in a few different places. So let's just blow dry that. I'm going to take this other green I've got here. Okay. Just as a heads up, there's going to be an ad here shortly. A new YouTube thing. So if you're wondering what on earth is going on, I'm still here. So I'm just trying to get this a little bit of a patchy kind of quality, a little bit more, sort of just exactly what he did as well, but gives it a bit more of that chaotic quality of grass, you know, to kind of undermine a bit of the pattern that had sort of been formed previously. So leaving little spots. So now I'm taking a warm purple. I guess I should glaze with it. Was that, is there white in there? Darn it! I thought that was dry. That might be okay. I'm just gonna blow dry this. a smaller brush. Okay. Christine says, "Hey everyone, I just found out it's Tuesday." Well, I hope you didn't miss anything important that you thought was taking place on a Tuesday. Sometimes I forget it's the day it is, and I'm like, oh, I only got one more day to do. And then I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. Let's look at a couple days. Okay, whew. Well, I just don't have to even start for another 24 hours. Always the last to know. Okay. So you can see I added that little bit of purple. That really helps. I'm probably going to do more purple, but next time instead of just sort of just putting splotches down, I'm probably going to do that with actual purple blades of grass. So that we'll have kind of green and purple, which, you know, purple sounds kind of like, what? Purple grass? Well, first of all, there is purple grass, but also it's going to work really nice in opposition to the kind of greenish blue grass that we have here as well. And I can paint these little tufts in between where these tufts are. So rather than just painting right over top of all of these ones, I can paint in between them and make for something a little bit more complex than we see there originally. Okay. What should we do next here? I think do I want to do the blanket or the towel and then the bodies, the hair? Does it matter? Does it matter? The question one might say is not really, except I always try to have like the final, you know, like the paint the things that are closest to us last so that they overlap things, which helps emphasize the space. And, you know, by layering things, one thing looks like it's in front of the other, right? think I'm going to work on the, well, maybe let's do the hair here. One thing that I might not have ever mentioned is, you know, if I'm paint anything, and in this case the hair, I want to try to kind of paint my brush strokes in the direction of the form. So in this case, like the hair, so that my brush strokes complement the form. That already makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Just darkening that hair. Okay, now I'm going to blow dry all of that. Okay. I like this painting a lot. It's, you know, it's one of those things like some paintings as they progress, I begin to appreciate. I usually find it every painting I'm working on. As I work on it, I've really fallen in love with it again, or fall much harder than I might have fallen before. Obviously, I chose them because I already really like them, but there's times where I think it's partly because I just walk a little bit in someone else's shoes for a bit, and I start to kind of see the process and understand it, and it just gives me such a I'm like, wow, like the combination of these colors. Like, you think like this is his graduation piece from art school, and it's a masterpiece. If we could all be so lucky, right? You know, it's sort of like a band, their first single is a hit. It's almost, is it a blessing or is it a curse? You know, like to do such a great thing at that beginning of your career. Everything else is then compared to it. So anyway, let's just going to make another intertitle here. Okay, so, you know, the majority of the painting is complete. Really what we need to do here is the figure, the towel, and a little bit more grass, maybe some finishing touches elsewhere. But we're doing well. It's, you know, I was hoping to be done here in 3.5 hours, but I also talked for 45 minutes. So I have to include that in my mental inventory here. So let's bring them up side by side. So we have our skin tone here. I don't know how much of that's still good. Probably what I want to do is introduce some purples and some pinks into on their body here. So technically I could even go into this purple and apply, in fact, maybe I'll do that. I could do the rest all with glazing, which wouldn't surprise me if he had done something similar. Probably if, you know, he's learning Western painting techniques, they probably really would have, you know, hammered this kind of thing home. So I'm just debating to myself, do I want to mix that in there or just go right to the purple? Let's go right to the purple. I'm trying to think if I've done something like that before. Okay, so that I just dripped. Oh, there it is, right on the edge of the canvas. Okay. Now that's a purple. I think that's white in there, isn't it? So I'm just gonna clean that brush because I don't want white. I want this to get darker, but I don't want it to get... the white is really affects paint. Like, for instance, this area, which I don't mind, you know, that's the result of white that was in the... I don't know if it was in the purple or the pink, but it will always kind of come through again unless I paint something even darker to block it back out. So So I've got my purple here, and let's just think like this purple is going to go into the darker areas on her body. So I'm also just going to get another brush just to soften some of these edges out. It's maybe a little bit too subtle. Let's get a bit more. Okay, I have to be careful not to paint over areas like that I've already painted over, so. I suppose doing this, it helps to have a little bit of familiarity with anatomy, and I've taught figure drawing many years at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, so that might, I'm sure it helps me a lot. But, I mean, I'm also just really looking at where the highlights are, just slowly darkening. Oops. Okay, let's zoom back out. And we start seeing the bodies taking on more form, and rather than just being these kind of blobs of, you know, without any definition here, now we can start seeing some shadows appearing on there. That purple is working really nice. I'm going to blow dry that in a second. Then I'm going to go for some more reddish colors, and maybe some orangey colors. And we'll just kind of build it up this way, which again is not really a way I've done before. I can't think if I've done it this way before. Christine says, you're getting a soft blurred look with the purple. Is it dry brush? I'm having a trouble getting blurry blended edges in a painting I started yesterday. So the way that I'm doing that is I'm using what's called glazing fluid. And so what I do is I add, depending on how subtle you want the effect to be, is this glazing fluid is essentially paint without any color plus chemicals that slow the drying time down. So the more glazing fluid you put in, the thinner and more transparent the paint gets. As well, because it takes longer to dry, I can take another brush, a dry brush, and soften those edges. So it's like the dry brush technique in a way, except that I have a lot more control. Dry brush, which is, you know, one of the primary techniques in Asian art for a couple thousand years, and really they were the masters of it, is to use a brush that has just a little bit of paint on it, and is in fact almost dry, and then you're with basically a dry brush painting almost dry paint on the surface. And it's a fun technique to get, but it's a little bit tricky to master, and you can get some really cool effects with it that way. Okay, so now I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush. I'm just going to take some warm red, get that on my brush. The reason I get a little bit of purple is it's just going to make that warm red go just a little bit darker, a little bit more crimson. Okay. Making sure my blending brush, just a regular brush, is dry enough. So what is kind of magical about painting in this way is that now I've got that purple mixing at times with this red, and it just creates a color that you're just like, how did you paint that color kind of response? It's like, how on earth? And artists love to do stuff like that. They love it when people are just, you know, stumped, especially other artists. You know, it's like there's those magicians, Penn and Teller, who have a show called Fool Me or something, or Penn and Teller Get Fooled, or I don't know, something like that. And the whole idea is that they watch other magicians do their tricks, and then they try to guess how they went about it. And, you know, because the idea is if you can fool another magician, then you're really doing a good job. Same sort of thing, like, you kind of want, you know, there's an aspect of bravado in art, in that, you know, and a lot of artists are kind of showing off a little bit, like they want to top their fellow artisans. You know, it's just like hockey. You know, I like watching some sports, and sometimes athletes, you know, it's not just about winning. They want to kind of just blow people away with like some new approach or technique or whatever it might be. So, you know, this, I probably should have left that a little bit lighter, but I can always put that paint back on top. Oops, I want that body. Oh, where are you going? Come on back. Okay, I think maybe what I'm going to do is do some outlining here because I'm going to start losing my lines shortly. Christine says, good, I was using acrylic flow release, but I have the glazing fluid. I also used zinc mixing white and didn't get the effect I wanted. I'll try it tonight. Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to do a video on different types of white. Zinc white is a much more subtle white than titanium white. Titanium white is like the bleach of white. So it you don't need a lot of it to darken things quickly. Zinc white allows you to kind of to get opacity but less tinting strength, which is, until you see it, it doesn't even make any sense how that's even possible. But acrylic flow release, I don't know exactly what that. I've never used that, so I don't know. I mean, I might even probably have it, but I've never used it. But I don't know what that would be for. I imagine it would be for getting more fluid brushstrokes. But yeah, I don't know. Lisa says, "How do you clean your palette once you're finished with your painting?" Great question. I use a like a plastic scouring pads. I put it under the water in my painting sink here. First of all, I scrape all this paint off, and I put it on top of my J. DeFeo piece. So you may have seen this thing that we did. How long ago did we do that? December 11th, 2021. J. DeFeo's Rose from 1958. And so I built up all of this texture, and I just use the paint left over at the end of every session and brush it on here to get, you know, that wonderful thick, look how thick that is, right? There's my finger in there, right? So it's almost halfway up the second joint. So that's almost an inch and a half or so thick of paint. So first of all, I scrape all the paint off, just using a brush, and then I put it under the water in some really hot water to let it soak for about 5 minutes while I'm cleaning up other things. And then I just use like it's like a scouring pad. It might even be a sanding pad from like Home Depot. I can't remember. And then I just use that, and I just kind of just really scrub inside all of these little areas, and the paint starts to flake out. I have a drain plug that catches all of that paint, so I can throw it out. So as little of it is going down the drain. Hope that helps. So that's part of the painting. The cleaning is a big part of painting, right? And cleaning up. Some people hate it. I find that it's very meditative. So I'm gonna mix a purple here for my outlines. Oops, sorry. I took my cool yellow and my warm blue, mix that together. I get a much more saturated purple than I had before. And I think I'm just going to use this to start. I'm going to take a little bit of cool yellow, mix that in there just to kind of deaden that color just a tad. Makes it go a little bit more black. I mean, I can add black here, but maybe shouldn't have. Well, yes, I'll just speed things up. I was going to do a purple and then maybe do a little bit of black here and there. I could still do that, but sorry, it's not on camera. Just a really, really dark purple. And you know what? I'm going to add a little bit of glazing fluid to that as well. It's going to make it a little bit thinner. It's also going to make it a little bit more easier to paint with. It's going to be a little more fluid. It also is going to make it easy for me to wipe any paint away I'm not happy with. All of which are good things, typically, right? So often when I do this, now I'm getting into my not finishing touches quite yet, but I'm going to Now, rather than sort of being kind of hovering above, I like being above, looking down. It gives me kind of the global view of the painting, so that I'm not getting into the details. Now that I'm getting into the details, I want to get closer. But really, if you notice, like for the first, if I'm doing a 4-hour painting, I'm usually looking at it, what's that, like 2 feet away from my nose, until kind of towards the end of the painting where I'm doing the more detailed stuff. That's where I want to get closer. I always see people do the opposite. They're just like, they're right in here painting the background, and I'm like, with a tiny little brush, and their nose is just about rubbing the surface of the painting. And it's just like, man, you're going to be here forever painting that painting. If you're starting with that close to the painting, it's just, I don't know what would be the example. I would like using cooking examples. It would be like, let's say you're making bread or a cake, and you start, and when you should be just getting your hands all mixed up in there, you're just using like a tiny little spoon to mix the flour. It's just like, oh my goodness, like, you're going to be here forever, right? Christine says, someone told me not to thin acrylic with water, like you do watercolor. The flow release was what they suggested. Sure, yeah. Okay, so I agree 150% that you should avoid using water when you're painting with acrylic, except in that foundational layer, your Imprimatura. And then from then on is to try as much as possible to avoid putting water into your paint. People will do it to get more flow. I'm going to use the glazing fluid. Flow release, I'm sure, is very similar. It's also going to dilute the paint, but gives you that a little bit more of an experience of like using a fluid acrylic, right? Which you can buy if you really like. If you find like this type of paint in tubes to be just like too thick and you're having a hard time doing details, then get fluid acrylics. Right, here's a fluid acrylic. Right, it's literally a fluid, right? So if I spilt this onto the table, it would go everywhere. And it's so much easier to paint with that type of stuff than even buying a heavy body or soft body paint and then trying to thin it out. So I think for many people, I think probably, and I noticed, like, for instance, at Michael's Art Supply, the chain, that they are increasingly carrying more and more fluid acrylic. I think people buy paint in tubes because they think that's what they're supposed to use, and then they find it really difficult to do the details with, and must be something wrong with me. I must not be very good. Well, it takes a lot of skill and time and patience and practice to learn how to paint details with heavier body or soft body acrylic paint, whereas painting with a fluid acrylic is so much easier. I mean, it's I don't know if that's what it's made for, but it certainly does the job. Okay. So what I like about this is it's just like you see in his painting, everything's sort of a little bit soft, and it's hard to say, like the edges are a little bit soft. We talked about how he's outlining things, but he's also it's not the, well, that's a pretty bold outline on that shoulder. But for the most part, his outlining is fairly soft. So the glazing fluid kind of allows me to get an edge that's maybe not quite as hard. You know, again, I'm going to go back to my own outline. Oh, come on. Let's start that again. That's another thing I love about glazing fluid. I make a little mistake. It stays wet for just that extra minute or so. feel like we might have made that a bit. Which way? I thought her foot. It looks a little different now that I'm seeing it from this angle. And there's Lolly in the chat. That's awesome. Good to see you, Lolly. Thought I missed it. You, everyone. Hope you're well. Painting is looking great. Thanks, Lolly. So those are some pretty strong, almost cartoony outlines. So I'll have to, if I, to keep, you know, we'll come back to that. There's still work to be done there to kind of maybe soften those up just a bit. Maybe, I mean, depending, yeah, I mean, I will, but you don't have to, but, Hitting that butt was kind of tricky there. Such funny things bums are. And everybody's got one. And some people are one. Have one and are one. I mean, I'm kind of, well, I kind of like how this looks in this stage. I mean, my intent is to continue to darken, but, you know, if there was an earthquake and I had to abandon this painting at the last moment, I wouldn't be too, just as long as I could get all the way around this body with my line work. You can see, obviously, I could go much darker in some places. I wonder about doing the towel here next, as opposed to just going into the rest of the body, because I kind of well, yeah, you can. I mean, you can see yourself how they look. So that, let's make a black, where we got black. Oops. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm making it fairly dark gray. It's obviously can go much darker. We'll do a little bit of outlining with this. Kind of put a bit too much white in there, but that's okay. We'll make it work. Make it work, people. Make it work. That's for anybody who's ever seen Project Runway. Tim Gunn, make it work. Okay, make it work. Got 5 minutes left. Better sew that dress. Make it work. Lily's dog woke her up. Christine. Lily laughs at my talk about butts. Christine says, cute observations along with art instruction. Victor says, good night. I just popped up. Sorry. Christine says, I actually like Michael's better than the original. You can see the canvas threads, and it has an old look you couldn't paint. Oh. Thank you. Well, we'll see. We're not done just yet. Still plenty of time to change your mind, Christine. Okay. So the fabric here. You know what, I should probably blow dry all of this before I go too much further so I don't smudge anything. Okay. Come on. There we go. So I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. I guess none of that's in the original. Just felt like that's what I needed. Her ear's a little messed up anatomy-wise, but I think it'll be okay. Or maybe it's okay. Maybe it's not okay. But there's other things I gotta do first. Sanju says, wow, nice painting. Hello all. Is the Paint the New series for beginners as well? Some of them are, some of them are. I mean, some of them are definitely more challenging than others, and for me they were, most of them were very challenging. So you could probably because basically I'm working from a photograph to paint all of those paintings, so I have to figure out the best way to paint that painting on my own. I don't have any clues, versus, you know, something like this, I get the benefit of having a great master to study from, and I can see, oh, that's how they painted the flesh or the sky. Interesting. Okay. Well, it makes it a lot easier to or sometimes it's easier, sometimes it causes its own problems, but you know, it gives me this gives me a starting place that is much more accessible than just starting from a photograph. So are they easier? Are they beginner? They're some of them are, some of them aren't. Some of them gave me fits for sure. So I'll let you watch them, and you tell me. I think you could tell some of them are more. I had more success on some of them. I think some of my favorite paintings that I've done is on YouTube here are from the Paint the News series, and some of the ones that I'm the least happy with, that I think are my greatest failures, are also from that series. So go to the end and look at the end, and if you like how the end turned out, then follow along with them. If not, then I wouldn't blame you. And I say that saying that there's probably a few of those paintings where we might have a disagreement amongst people who would say, like, really, you think that's the worst one you've done? I can think of a dozen more that are worse than that one, Michael. Because as artists, we're always our own worst critics, right? So, okay. Sanju says, what's the next step you advise when I complete your beginner series in acrylic? Well, it's then doing some of these paintings, or making your own paintings, which a lot of people have done. A lot of people who follow this channel who are watching right now are people that did the acrylic series, maybe the first 5 episodes or 20 episodes or 40 episodes, and then have been painting some of these paintings along with me here. And just, because there's 280 of them, you can kind of jump around and find the artists that you like the most and paint those artists. Conversely, you could then decide, okay, well, I feel like I'm confident enough that I could start painting my own things. And so you could look online for images or other artists' work that you're interested in, or go outside and paint what you see and use some of the knowledge and skills that you've gained through these classes to help you do just that. So, yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, where to go from there? Sanju says, I'm planning on completing the beginner course in acrylic and then to take the drawing classes. That works. Although I would say you may find... I often think if you know how to draw well, it makes painting a lot easier. So, if it didn't matter to you which way you went, I think you might find doing the drawing classes to be like so. For instance, like what I'm doing here, all of this outlining and everything. I think knowing a little bit about, because basically I'm drawing with paint, and so the more confident you feel drawing, the more confident you're going to feel painting lines, right? Because you're going to just feel like you know where they should go, versus if you've never drawn, I think you might paint for a while and then get discouraged and be like, yeah, maybe I'm just bad at painting, and then you might not do any drawing course afterwards. So yeah, I guess your drawing classes might help a lot. I would say so, but certainly, everyone, learns differently and takes a different paths. So whichever one works best for you is the right one. And you could do a little bit each time. Like you could make a painting. There's some paintings I've done that require no drawing experience whatsoever. Some especially the more abstract ones, have really nothing to do with drawing. I mean, maybe there is drawing involved, but they're more about color than they are about drawing. Like the Kandinsky painting we did. I could go through the whole list, but there's a lot that don't require the level of finish or finesse that maybe this one does, which is why I put this at the bottom of the list, because I think it's maybe a little bit more complex. Okay, did I blow dry that? Did I just do that? Okay, let's do this. sorry. Text Nanny about tomorrow. Okay, should I speed things up a bit here? I think so. Okay, so, let's take glazing fluid. Let's take some black. Not a lot, just a little, so that we can put some darker areas on here. Okay, so let's blow dry that. Not perfect there, but rather than just like, I gotta wait for that to dry, otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind, do something stupid. And there's Okay. Let's take some red again. Notice I didn't wash my brush. I just keeping that same kind of black on there, just going into the red. So this just brings back some warmth that kind of disappeared a little bit as I got darker. Some of that nice kind of fleshy red. That's great. That's perfect. Just what we needed, because it's starting, you know, you put too much of that black there and it's going to make the skin look kind of dead, right? So this kind of use of blending like that is right out of what he would have learned in school. Because often artists might even start with a gray painting or grisaille and then put color over top of it. We did that actually for the painting by Artemisia Gentileschi, the great artist, female artist of the Renaissance. Oops. So that's some cool red that I just put down in there. Let's blow dry this. Thanks, Lolly. Yeah, I was muted. I wasn't doing a lot of talking, but I was muted, yes. So I put that, a red, that was my warm red. I just sort of brushed that all over the body as a way of bringing back some of that pink that I think was missing in the painting for a while as I was darkening down the bodies. Now I feel like the bodies are good enough. Do I want to do any stuff in the grass? Yeah, I guess I'm here. It's just going to take me a little bit of time, but if I've gone this far, we want a warm blue and warm purple. So we got this warm purple here. Let's do another one next to it that's a little bit more blue. We'll put a little bit of glazing fluid in these. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this here. Okay, let's do blades of grass. Okay, in fact, even here, let's... Okay, we're at that time here where we're just doing a few little details here and there to close out this painting. So, oops, let's get the original back up here. Where is it? There we are. Okay, so the grass. I'm putting these purple bushes or clumps of grass or whatever they may be over top of the green. And ideally, I would do a better job than that, so let's just... Finishing touches, Michael. Let's do this. So I'm also deliberately trying to do this in areas not directly on top of previous, where I had put the bushes previously. Kind of doing it in between. Don't want to totally overdo it. So those look, more intense right now. As they dry, they're going to calm down a little bit. Let me just see. Let's blow dry that and Kathy says, did anyone else notice how long her hand is? It's interesting. I did notice that those fingers do look long. Again, that's probably part of the sort of Western tradition that that Kim Kwan-ho would have learned, because that's, you know, reminds me a lot of like Botticelli or El Greco, artists from, you know, like the 1600s. That was more common to, especially kind of in northern Germany. You often have these very kind of just thin depictions of people. Whether they were thin or not, I have no idea. But it's that. I also think that those particular fingers, you know, that's a very Christian type of symbol there. So I wonder if it's, you know, it doesn't look like that. I mean, maybe the hand is just relaxed, or maybe that's, you know, artists are famous for inserting symbols into things all the time. So, oops, I just... I feel like I could continue working on this for a while, and I feel like there's something I'm missing, but I can't think about what it. Well, I can think, but I don't know exactly what it is. But I'm sure I'll find out 30 seconds after the episode ends. I'm just gonna put a little bit more black into their hair, because right, it looks a little bit gray or a little soft, so It's gonna blow. Well, he says, Michael, can you please suggest any tips or tricks to help me with color mixing, shading, highlighting? Sometimes I struggle so badly. One day I can do it, next day it's all wrong. Can you help? Wow, look at all the. I look down at all these questions there. Suggestions on color mixing, shading, highlighting. What would be my advice? I think the more you do it, the easier it gets, which doesn't really help. I think it's certainly easier working from other people's work to really kind of get a handle on things than, like, trying to match colors from life is much more difficult, because it's sometimes it's really hard to, like, look at an apple and to see what color is actually there. Like, you really have to look carefully and closely. So just perceiving color, which I think is half of color mixing, right? Because then because you're trying to, you need to kind of know what color it is before you try to mix that color. So I think doing what we're doing would be really, really helpful. Shading and highlighting. I mean, one thing that, I was doing here is using color in the shadow. I think is another thing. Often people just use black in the shaded areas, and what that does is it just deadens the shadows, and there's life in the shadow, right? And it makes a huge difference. I mean, if we go back about an hour ago when I was glazing, just using black to darken, and it was getting darker, and it looked like it had volume, but it just also looked like kind of like a corpse. And then you put some color back into the shaded areas, and all of a sudden life reappears there. People talking about getting together for a meeting. Well, I'm assuming you've done the color wheel already and tried mixing the colors across the color wheel. I think that is super helpful because it's all about subtlety, like understanding how to get these colors is one thing, but getting these colors and just adding a little bit of each color each way, I think, is really, really helpful. It's also possible that the paints you're using might not be the best paints, or maybe the combination, the colors that you've chosen might not get the results that I'm getting. You always want to make sure that your reds are different enough, your blues are different enough, and the yellows are different enough. If they're really close together, it's almost, you might as well just use one. You don't have to use two, which, like, like these two blues are very different blues. I mean, the next step from this cool blue is green, right? This is right on the edge of going into green. I mean, there is yellow already kind of in there, which makes it, that's why we get such a great saturated green, whereas this blue is almost a purple on its own, right? So they're very different. There's you know, about a dozen blues in between here. That's another thing. But like, yeah, especially if you buy a different tube of paint from a different paint company, you're at the art supply store, you're like, they don't have any ultramarine blue. Well, I'll just buy this tube and I'll swap it into my set, and it's all basically the same. Well, not really. Every paint company has a different mixture in there. You know, it would be like, you know, I was just making my daughter breakfast this morning, and we're vegetarian, so there's different kinds of butter that is like basically vegan butter, and I tried this one brand, and so I buttered half, you know, like one slice of toast with that, and then ran out of that, and I tried a different one, and ostensibly they're the same thing, but you know, when you taste them, you're like, whoa, very different flavors. But you know, if I'm just using that one for 3 weeks and then switch to this one, sometimes you don't taste them 24 hours later, but if they're side by side, it's like, whoa, that's very different. What else can I say? Christine says, I used different things for black. Yesterday I was using dark green and ultramarine blue and adding burnt umber as needed for a background. Totally. I guess the other thing too is not being so hard on yourself. Like, paintings don't always paintings never, ever, ever turn out the way we want them to. Or at least myself. I've never made a painting, never made a drawing that turned out exactly the way I wanted it to when I began. And, you know, in other aspects of life, that is like the most, that I can understand why that would just drive people absolutely mad. Because, you know, if you know, you're adding some things together, well, you know, 1 + 1 should equal 2. It should never equal 5 or 0 or 50 but in painting, it happens all the time. You're just like, what? So the more that one can adopt kind of a mindset of embracing those unexpected occurrences, I think the more satisfying, rewarding, relaxing, enjoyable of an experience one would have. You know, if you just sort of, you know, you add 1 + 1 and you're expecting to get 2, but you get 10, you know, that's frustrating. But you can also be like, well, goodness gracious, look at what happened here. Okay, well, this is not what I was expecting, but what can I use this color for? What can I do with this? And sometimes really cool colors just come up that way. Sometimes just because the paintbrush is a little bit dirty, and when you mix that color, you know, you get a different color than expected, but it turns out to be exactly the right one. Yeah, this is all this is, a Zen mindset. Well, he says, I'm definitely going to get the Amsterdam paints when I'm run out of the ones I have, and then I'll follow you better. I appreciate your input, Michael. I guess a lot of it is practice, as you say. Yeah, and, I mean, this painting didn't really turn out the way I wanted it to turn out, or I was expecting it to turn out, but I might be better than I was expecting it to turn out, which is a good thing, but it doesn't always turn out that way. Like I was talking to someone earlier in the chat, you know, the paintings I did for the Paint the News series, which there's a couple coming up soon. not a single one turned out the way I wanted. And in some instances, just drove me absolutely bonkers. And then some others were just like, wow, way better than I would ever have imagined. This makes me look really good. So, I think it's practicing. I mean, I don't know if you did the these sets, the tints, tones, and shades exercise. We did this. I've done this a few times. This is from the last time I did this when we were for the Master Studies series, and so I did all of these. Usually, when I'm teaching in person, I just do one set. But here I wanted to mix all 12 or 15 colors. I think. I don't even know what what have I got here? Yeah, because that's blue, purple. Not exactly sure how these are oriented, but I'd have to go back and watch that episode to figure out what I was thinking. But doing this is also really helpful because tints is what happens when we add white to a color, tones is when we add gray to a color, and shades is when we add black to a color. And doing this exercise is super helpful because it just helps us understand like how modifying a color just a little bit with white, gray, or black can cause a huge transformation, and they're very different. I mean, I think probably most people forget about tones. Most people, it's obvious you add white to a color, you're going to get a more pastel, muted color. Obviously, you add black to a color, it's going to get darker. But I don't think many people even think about tones at all. And I use tones all the time. In fact, I would say, tints are probably the most common, then tones not too far behind, and then shades I use but rarely in their sort of pure form. So that would be something, doing all 4 of these sets, because I think I went around the color wheel and there should be, how many of these? 3, 6, 9, 12. Why? Is there another set to make 15? Anyway, I'm not sure how this is organized, but that would be helpful. Yeah, I think that's everything. I mean, yeah, and I do those exercises again every time that I when I'm teaching in person, I do those every time, and it's really good to work on the basics. The fundamentals are so important, and I learned that from spending a lot of time with most of my friends. Almost all my friends are musicians, not really painters or other artists, besides my colleagues at university. But and all of my musician friends practice scales, like the basics, religiously all the time, to the point where sometimes if we're spending time and we get together in their studio and they're making music and I'm drawing, sometimes I'm just like, oh my goodness, like na 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 on guitar, piano, singing, and I had never, until I spent time with musicians, it never occurred to me how important fundamentals are, and getting the fundamentals and just doing them until it just becomes like you could do it with your eyes closed. And if you can do that, then everything else is just a matter of applying the fundamentals. Again, easier said than done, but that was one of the biggest revelations of my life, is because now I teach that especially when I'm teaching my drawing classes. One of the drawing classes that I taught was all about like warm-up exercises and how important warm-up exercises are for before one starts to draw. And virtually nobody does it, but when I teach in person, it's the first thing I do is I draw a page of a sketchbook, and the coil binder on it just pulls me out of my head and out of my regular life, and then gets me into a drawing mindset. And it's like putting on a uniform. You're just telling yourself, okay, I'm doing this now, which I think is also, it's why it's important to have like painting clothes. You put them on, and then you're like, okay, this is what I'm doing now. I'm not going to go shopping in my painting clothes. I'm not going to go mow the lawn. I'm going to paint right now. Oh, there's Paula. Was Paula there? Paula, good night. Oh, I didn't even see you in the chat all night long. Good to see you, Paula. Lolly says, thank you, Michael, you're a gem. Wish you were my art teacher growing up, though you probably would have been my same age. Yeah. Well, yeah, that would have been a difficult. It would have been hard for me to focus to teach, and probably likewise to learn. Okay, so let's get going here. Okay, so we're at that point in the episode after a long painting and then lots of chatting. It's been a great night. So let's take a look at the original compared to the painting I made, and we can talk about how successful or not they were. Maybe quickly before we do so, just as a quick reminder to hit like, subscribe, the notification bell. Next Sunday I'm doing a free bonus episode where I give people free feedback. If you want to participate in that, join our Facebook group, upload whatever you want to the Facebook group, you know, a painting or drawing, and I'll let you know how I think you could improve on it. But generally there's just a lot of celebration and kudos, because I think anybody making art is doing the world a favor. If you want to help support the channel with a small donation, literally as $1, go through PayPal. You can use send an e-transfer. My email's on the Facebook group and on my website. And Super Chat works, but Super Chat, YouTube takes 40% of whatever you donate. So let's look at the original. There's the beautiful original painting by Kwan-ho, and there's my version. Let's look at them side by side. Okay, I think it turned out pretty good. I'm happy with that. I'm not this might be a little off, a little dark. In fact, I might just do a quick little glaze on that. If that's a little, now that I'm, sometimes, you know, you don't see these things until the very end. So I'm just gonna get some black on here. Just mute that pink a bit. Might do another pass on that. I'll just let that dry though. Okay, so let's zoom in. So there's that. Okay, so you can see our background, like this now looks much warmer than the original. I think he used a bit more of like black. But you know, and these are all just cool colors, but it looks warmer in their combination because it's got a brown, right? We'll come back to the figures momentarily. Let's just look at the far right. There's that cool yellow, and even here this cool yellow still looks actually kind of a little bit warm, right? You know, as I said, maybe I wish I had gone a little bit more light on the outlines there. Let's go get right down to the ground. You know, I could have worked a little bit more on here. It's interesting on camera. I think it looks a little bit better than maybe it does in person. In person, my purple bushes kind of stand out a little bit more, but it's also, you know, probably when I get this, you know, on the mantle upstairs, it's going to look probably a little bit less intense. I'm just going to get a little bit more. There, that makes me happier. Let's just see them side by side. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what we needed. Just that little bit of okay. And then so let's just maybe look at the hillside here. My colors look a little bit brighter, obviously. A little that purple. I added a little bit of white to my purple on the second layer there to darken it, or to lighten it, because it was just going black. And maybe I was perceiving more purple in there than there is, but I think it still works. It makes the painting maybe just a little bit more electric. Okay. So our figures here, I could, you know, it still could use a little bit more darkening and more subtlety, you know, but I think we're at the end of time, so I'm not going to continue, because I could obviously keep on darkening under her arm, under that arm, keep on darkening. Yeah, I mean, I look at it and all I see are, you know, I'm like, but, you know, I've been painting for, I don't know, maybe 4.5 hours or so. And there's bound to be lots of things that, you know, if I was, you know, probably Kwan-ho probably spent weeks on this painting, fiddling with little details, working on the grass, not 5 hours. So obviously his paintings be way better than mine. You know, these calves, you know, that calf could have gone a little bit lighter too, but it is what it is. And her hair. You know, I put those little bits of gray on there towards the end. I don't know if it was necessary. I feel like maybe it just gives it a bit more texture. Again, even like her bum, her back, this line should have been over to the right a little bit, but you know, that's between us. We won't tell anybody. And there we go. Another one bites the dust. So, this was fun. What time is it? Well, it's not too late. Part of me was contemplating doing another painting tonight, but I think I might just pack it in and relax. There is that other painting by Kwan-ho here in the Dropbox. So if you want to do this one instead, or both of them, I would encourage you to do so. I love this painting. I have a feeling this painting Might have been, it looks like it's been damaged, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was smuggled out, or it was hidden, or, you know, and came out of store. I don't know, but I think there's a story there. I don't know what it is, though. So anyway, thank you everyone for painting along with me tonight. Have yourselves a wonderful evening, a good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Know that I appreciate you. I'm grateful for you watching, and I can't wait to see what you've created. Thank you, everyone. Have a great time. A great time. My brain is melted, and we'll talk to you again soon. Have a great night. Bye-bye.